City flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today asking you to watch over this meeting of our commissioners, help them make their decisions that are according to your will, and watch over all of our county workers and citizens of our county as we go throughout the week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good morning. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in an amount of $927,739.73. Huge chunk of that was for the resurfacing of Wall Street up there. It was 600 and some thousand.
Second that motion.
Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Sheriff's monthly fee report.
I talked to the sheriff last night. He wasn't able to be here today and he didn't have time to get a report. He was, I believe, at a hospital with an inmate, so he was pretty busy, so he apologized. So the sheriff's end of the month report for August. Which consist of civil service out-of-state fees, civil service in-state fees, report fees, fingerprint fees, conceal and carry fees, offender fees, and VIN fees, for a total of $79,189.14. And I'll make a motion that we accept.
I'll second it.
Motion moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
You have a notification of county appraiser change that we need to send in to PVD. Kathy and I got this worked out, but it's just giving them the notice that she's leaving and what her last day is. And it needs to be signed by the commissioners, so we probably need a motion to approve signing that. Actually, let me give you two copies so I can give them an original too. I believe so.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know.
All right. I'll make a motion that we send the PVD the notification of county appraiser change.
I'll second. Motion moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
No shit right there.
You wanted two of them. You wanted two of them.
Kathy, I just had him sign the letter to send in.
Did you get anything else?
I think that's probably it for now.
Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
Nothing. We will need an executive session promptly at about 9:55 for legal stuff for 20 minutes to consult with our outside attorney on the phone.
Okay. AMR?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Numbers wise, so far for this month, we're at 11 transports and our trending for the past 7 days is at 17 transports. So a little staffing update, the 2 full-time EMTs that we were able to hire finished orientation, so they're scheduled into their shifts. So that's good. And we're just down the 1 full-time paramedic opening. We were able to make an offer to a full-time paramedic, and he's scheduled to start his orientation in a couple weeks. So that's promising. And then there's also a part-time paramedic that's interested that the supervisors are going to be interviewing. I've been working on next year's budget in terms of AMR's budget goes. And I think the only thing really germane for you to know is we anticipate 1 ambulance going over the mileage cap that we have in our agreement. And so we're budgeted to replace 1 ambulance. And that's kind of all the changes that we foresee. It's just for you to know, it doesn't change anything in terms of the county's responsibilities, since that was already, kind of prearranged matter that we knew we'd have to be replacing ambulances. So in terms of we track, their average mileage usage per month. And so we kind of projected that about halfway through next year that it would go over the 225,000 mile cap. So,
I don't think we've ever signed this,
No,
have we?
no, Galen, you sent me that amendment in the email, and
mm-hmm.
do you want to talk about it? Just kind of go over it. Do you have it?
Yeah, I can,
Got a copy of it. I don't know.
All right. No, you're right.
So I proposed a amendment to our existing ambulance services agreement to the county that would increase our, currently the county provides an annual subsidy of $895,000. And I proposed an increase to that amount by $205,000. That would bring the total annual contribution by the county to support the ambulance services up to $1.1 million a year for the remaining. That would go into effect in January for the remaining 2 years of our current service agreement. And essentially, the reason for it is our expenses of operating the ambulance services just haven't they've outpaced any increase in revenue that we've seen. We really haven't seen much increase in revenue. Insurance companies aren't really paying out much more for ambulance transports than they have over the past few years. There's kind of a minor increase in Medicare reimbursement every year, but it just doesn't keep up the increase in expenses that we've seen in the operation. So essentially what the subsidy would do is it would make up the difference of what we get in reimbursement from billing for transportation and offset the cost of continuing to operate and provide ambulance services and get the local AMR operation here to a more healthy financial state. So I proposed an amendment that would go into effect in January that would just change the amount that the county pays for the remainder of the agreement.
So if you're ready to approve that, you need a motion to approve the amendment and authorize Danny to sign it.
No, when we did that, we talked one time about hiring the mileage before we traded out the ambulances to cut costs a little bit. We never done any of that. I mean, none of that's figured in, right?
So I followed back with our financial analyst to model that, and it really wouldn't make much of a difference. Just with the way that we amortize vehicles, he said it really wouldn't make much of a difference. A few years ago, we were able to reduce the cost to the county by trading out one of the ambulances for a SUV. SUVs are cheaper than ambulances, and that was able to reduce the amount the county was paying. but there wasn't increasing the mileage and keeping them longer. He said wouldn't make much of a difference.
And this will fulfill how many more years, 2 or 3?
Yeah, so our current agreement goes for 2024 and 2025. So this would change the amount that the county pays for the next 2 years, starting in January.
You don't think there'll be any more raises the next year? I mean, you think this will last the 2 years?
Yeah, I think this will put us in a good place for the next 2 years.
Okay.
Yep.
I did put the new amount in the budget for next year.
I think the only copy we have is the one that you,
I'll be careful with
they're
it.
gonna sign it, they'll need to have it, so.
I'll make a motion that we approve the amendment to the contract with AMR and allow Danny to sign as chairman.
I'll second. Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If you wanna take him that copy, you know, and then when your person has signed it, you'll send it back.
And after Danny signs, I'll take that with me and get it countersigned by our regional president and then send a copy.
David, do you need to do anything with us? I can just wait, I think, on the copy to come back unless there's an adjustment.
I don't have anything further. Anything for me?
I don't have anything.
Right.
Thank you, Galen.
Thank you. Have a good week.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Higwell, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. Sent out the report totals for last week. We had 7 incidents. Brings our yearly total up to 307. We have 1 application for Station 970, which is the Blue Mountain Station. So I'd like to get permission to hire Trenton Church as a probationary firefighter. He would be, make it 9 out of 15 positions at that station.
Which station was it?
970 would be the Blue Mountain Station.
You said Trenton?
Yep.
I'll make a motion we hire Trenton Church for probationary firefighter, Blue Mountain Station.
And that's pending all pre-employment checks, drug screen and physical.
I'll second that. Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
We have some stations planning, some chili feeds this fall to help promote the stations inside each station and trying recruiting. So just kind of watch our Facebook page and I'll try to announce that as they get them planned. We did receive the F500 trailer last week from Evergy. Hopefully in a couple weeks, they're planning a formal training, but hopefully we can get it pulled down to commissioner meeting where you guys can see it too. So
Where are you going to store that at?
it'll be at Lacine Station. Right now it's at Pleasanton because they had an empty spot where we could put it in there. Lacine Station will, with the city moving out, when they get their new fire station built, we'll have more room in it. Right now it's pretty packed in there with all the trucks and boat and stuff. So right now it's in Pleasanton, but it'll be,
When are they projected to be done with theirs?
I don't know if they've even started ground on it yet. So
Is that going to affect us anyway? Because I know that they,
the only thing it's going to affect us, and I budgeted this year,
like,
2020, is they pay the utilities. And so just utilities wise, that's the only thing it should affect.
okay.
So emergency preparedness has scheduled another community class. It's going to be a stop to bleed class. That date just changed this morning, so I can't not give you a hard date on that class, but it should be in October. It looks like now. It was going to be end of September, and that will be open to the community to attend, and we'll get that information pushed out as soon as we know.
What was the last one you did?
It was a community CPR class.
You had a lot of people. Involved.
Yeah, we had almost 40 people. We had two classes, one in Mount City and one in Linn. So it was real well attended by the citizens. So this one, we may just do one based on how much sign up we get for it. If we get enough sign up, we'll schedule a second class on that day. So, and then the fire department's going to be doing that same class that day. So, I'm not sure what direction we have to take on this, but we're starting to clean around the fire stations. We're getting like a bunch of old SCBA tanks that have been taken out there a long time ago. They've drilled holes in them. Some of them are aluminum and different things. We have a lot of scrap iron. I didn't know what we need to do as far as getting a resolution from you guys where allow us to get rid of those things, but sell them for scrap
Is
instead of
that,
just throwing them away.
what would we do on that? We take the bids on it, or I mean,
Normally, if we're not talking truckloads, are we? Really?
Probably told, yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Well, I suppose it would be appropriate to ask the various scrap buyers to give us a price that they would pay per ton and sell it to the highest bidder.
Is that something we should try to bring to a central location and put it out for bids that way then?
Well, I would suggest let's talk to them, get a proposal from them, and they may be willing to go to different locations to pick it up if they.
Okay.
That might be a part of the bid, whether they would go to, if they would go to different locations, it might be worth taking a little less.
Right. Okay. No problem. The other thing that we're currently working on is we're starting to trim some trees and stuff around the fire stations. A lot of the buildings have little saplings and stuff growing up next to the tin in the gutters. The trees are just hanging down real low. So we're starting to clean those kind of on weekends. You may get a complaint on that because I did mow the Prescott station after I got done trimming trees this weekend, just to clean up the mess I made. The east side of the Prescott station, which is technically alley and it's not on our bid specs to be mowed. I did mow that. So just let you guys know, the next station we're going to be working on is Mountain City Station, the west side of it. Got trees hanging on it. Just trying to clean the stations up, make them look presentable and look nice going into fall. So but that is all I have today.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
are you two in a hurry? Can we go ahead and go with you real quick?
And here's that. I don't know if you guys have your email or not.
We do.
Kathy Bridges, County Appraiser. Just wanted to, I sent an email to the commission this last week, and we had received word from the Property Evaluation Division, who performs a comprehensive compliance each year to review the ad valorem tax appraisal processes. This annual review was put in place to ensure that, accurate and uniform appraisals are documented in Kansas, in each county each year. We have been visited a couple times over the last few years because the county was not in compliance. But thankfully, I'm going to report that we are in compliance, and I couldn't have done this without my staff, but we are both in statistical and procedural compliance, and we received a score of 100%, which is the maximum amount a county can receive. So I did go back to 2015 is how far I researched back, and because couldn't locate the records before that, and this is the highest score achieved. So I commend the staff. There's no, I did it. It's a team effort. So I just really appreciate them so much, and I just wanted to bring this good news to you guys and let you know.
So they won't be coming to see us this
They
time?
won't be coming to see you this year. So anyways, we got really high marks this year. So that's all I wanted to report. I did send you the letters that were sent and then kind of an explanation. They did look at the 2022 ratio study, and what they do is they look at our values compared to sales, and we're still low, but I mean, we did hit the mark. And then as far as values, because of the market, how crazy it's been. But then the 2023 procedural is what they looked at this past year. And if you remember, we did go from having contractor in place prior to me starting. We now do everything in-house. So all analysis is done in-house. So, which is been a task in itself. But anyways, we are in compliance, and I'm just excited to report that. So that's all I had today.
When you say that we're low, what do you,
We're in the, we have to be between 90 and 110%. We're in that lower 90.
Which it's common for counties to be.
Right, as I say, it's very, and that's adding trends involved, because if we didn't trend that in, then we would not be in. So what they do is they look at our marks our values as of January 1 of each year, and then just how the market has been so volatile over the last several years, they do allow us to submit a trend. So they did have to put that in place, but that is, it's good. It's been a challenge over the last couple of years, but the staff has taken it head on, and it's, I just wanted to congratulate them. So,
very much so.
yeah.
Well, I know that since I've been here, it was a mess. So I appreciate everything you've done, and Lisa, Dustin, Tina, Susan, Rachel, and Dustin, and yourself for making it happen. And I think you guys did a wonderful job, and I know they'll keep it up, and I
Yeah.
think you do well in all you do. I know that I wasn't here when you gave your letter of resign, but I wanted to thank you. So thank you and
Yeah.
team. So.
You've got a good team over there, and we've got a really good process in place. And, there's always can be room for improvements, but they've really went with change well over the last several years and have accepted it, and always making more changes as we go, as we need to. So anyways, thank you guys. And I just wanted to report that because I was very excited to get that news last week. It was a good Monday morning when I got that. So,
Thank you, Kathy.
all right. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm.
All right, Jessica.
Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I just have one thing for you this morning. Through the Rural Champions Grant, the Department of Commerce is going to give each community an extra $25,000. We have discussed this, but I can't find in the minutes where we have officially accepted it. So Gary told me that we needed to have a motion to officially accept the extra $25,000 before we have Danny sign the paperwork. There's no matching portion for the extra $25,000. The way we submitted it, we had to tell them what we were going to use the funding for. It was $15,000 to extend Darcy's contract another 6 months, and then $10,000 to create 3 housing incentive programs. That is... we discussed the housing incentive programs. They are Paint Linn County and demolition assistance and a long-term vacancy program. They are all designed to help put homes on the market that are not currently being lived in, to help our housing stock. But with that being said, the 25,000, that's what we reported that we are going to use it for. However, if the Rural Champions program is awarded the USDA grant that we applied for, then we'll use that money towards Darcy's salary, and then this entire 25,000 will go towards those housing incentive programs. So I think that what we need to do today is accept the $25,000 from the Department of Commerce. And then once we know whether we get the USDA funding or not, then I think we allocate exactly how much we're going to put towards the incentive programs, if that's okay.
Have we worked on these programs any to know?
Yes, you have seen them, yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept the $25,000 from the Department of Commerce for our housing incentive program and rural champion position, and allow Danny to sign.
I'll second. Motion moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did you get that printed off? Or do I just sign it?
Yes, but it's a DocuSign, so you'll sign
Sign
it,
it.
and then they will get it automatically. It will come as a direct deposit. And then the only other thing I have is Dr. Allen and I attended a ceremony on Thursday in Chanute for the CDBG grant awardees. We have a giant check that's made out to Linn County. The STARS instructors are going to try to be here next week along with some students to present that to them during the commission meeting. So to get a photo op with them with the
So we
check.
need to wear suits.
Well, sure. So that's all I have for you this
You
morning.
guys want to look over this?
I have it printed if you want I do, if you want to look at the printed copy, I'm sorry. It's the original agreement that we signed. It's just, adjusted to include the 25,000, if you want to look at this.
Thank you.
Do you all have anything for me?
I don't need anything.
I know. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
I'm going to upload a signature, so it'll be a second. A little longer than typical. Do we need to have this copy signed too? No? You might double check with me at the end, make sure I get this done. Not really sure. All right, Sean?
Sean West, Public Works. Had a request this last week to go ahead and pull water for the watering of cattle again down here at the river location that we used last time. We were advised by the individual that called it in that today would be a stretch, but I told him I needed to speak with you about it before I set it back up again. I didn't know what the parameters of that agreement would be.
What was it last time? I don't really, I mean, I remember what it was, but it was just a fast deal. They just put, Harry go down there, put a pump in the water.
We've got a pump on a trailer set up. We can do it. It's not an issue for us. But as
And
far as,
last year, we talked to the water resources people, and they said that it's fine. They have no control really over that. It's up to us.
And this is at the fairgrounds?
it'll be on that side of the waterway.
So do we need a motion to approve?
I think it would be appropriate to have a motion to authorize him to go forward with provide water from the river to the cattle.
For livestock?
Yeah, for livestock.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? How are you going to put it in the newspaper? Or are you going to put it on the website? How do you advertise to let people know that
I
that's
think
happening?
last year, just word of mouth between the ranchers that did it.
It didn't take long for everybody to figure out where it was last year. I don't think we did advertise it in any way, shape, or form, but
Make sure you put a sign on it, it's non-potable water.
but yeah, we'll get it set up and make a couple contacts. I think we actually may have the numbers for the people that came last year. So
We got any relief in sight? Weather?
I don't know.
No.
No. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
I checked again and sent another email on Wyoming Road. If I don't get a response back this week, I'm going to go to the supervision level and remain there. I'm going to stop trying to make contact with the project planners. Purple Wave will be here tomorrow to do the inventory photographs and get everything they need to set up our auction. A little bit later this morning, we've got Federal Wildlife and Parks coming in. We'll discuss Queens Road, noxious weeds. Johnny says this week they continued spot spraying roads that were mowed. Those locations were County Road 554 from 7 Highway to 1077, Scott from 1100 to 31, Payne from 52 to 31. Also, follow-up inspection on previously sprayed roads. Bare ground spraying recently weeded and bare ground around some buildings. Next week or this week, they'll be spraying Johnson grass around Kreitzer. They'll also do pest control around county properties. And on Saturday, the 9th, they'll have a booth and be working a booth at Power of the Past Antique Tractor Show in Ottawa as part of the Noxious Weed Directors Association that they're a member of.
Have they made it up north any as far as the spraying of Johnson grass?
I will check with them and get a report on that and bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Do we have all the mowers running?
I will have to check on that as well. I didn't get a status update on those last week.
We've got quite a few roads that haven't been hit yet, I know.
I need 5 minutes for personnel and 10 minutes for legal. And I think that's it for me, unless you have any questions for me.
We got that email about that road study. Oh, I guess we're going to talk about that. That's clean.
That's 10:30, yes.
I don't have anything else.
Thanks, Sean.
If you want to go into executive sessions now, I don't know if there's anybody else, but it doesn't look like it. the timing would work out right if we, did, 20 minutes, 10 for, or 15 for John's legal and another legal I've got, and 5 for personnel. That would take us up to the 10:55 or 9:55 slot. And then 20 minutes for legal at that point for, that.
With the other attorney.
Yeah. So that'd be a 40-minute total if you want to do that.
Are you here for a hearing? Are you here for a public comment? Okay. Okay. So if we can, unless you got anything pressing right now,
No.
we can go into executive session. Gary, what'd you say, 20 minutes for legal?
1 minute for legal, 5 minutes for, no, 15 for legal, 5 for personnel, and then 20 for legal.
So total of 35 legal, 5 personnel.
That's correct.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion to extend 10 more minutes.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved second, all in favor?
Aye. We do.
The mowing.
Did we have,
Do we want to have an action on that?
the mowing?
Well, I mean, if, the situation is simply that, we have had a complaint that there was a mowing that we did and that they should have got to do. And so, if you want to, go ahead and compensate them for that mowing, I think we said it's $45. You would need a motion to pay them for the missed mowing at, Prescott. And, I'd say notify them that future mowings at all locations will be on an at-call or will-call basis, that we'll let them know when we want mowed rest of the season. Is that right, Randy?
I thought that's what we was doing anyway, right?
Well, we were doing something like that, but not quite. We were calling each week and saying, we don't want to mow this week. Then at this point, we say, don't mow until we call you. A
Sean,
little more definitive.
Sean, you got anything you want to add?
On track, and we're tapering off the end of the season, and I disagree. We'll make contact, let them know, we'll call them as needed. What's going on?
Was it Scarecrow? Is that his?
Mm-hmm.
I would make a motion that we reimburse Scarecrow Landscaping, or what is that what it's called?
Yeah, go farms, I think.
Scarecrow Farms for the $45 for the Prescott mowing situation. And then from here on out, they'll be getting with you, Sean. The department heads will be getting with you, or somebody will be making a determination and calling them and saying, come mow from here on out for the rest of the season,
Yes, it needs mowed.
just because of the drought. Yeah.
I'll send out a new email letting everybody know that we're done unless they tell me otherwise.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Uh,
Motion carries 2-1. Yeah. No, I think this is just a unique situation, in my opinion, and it was made into a pretty big deal. And I think it's only right that we just pay them and we move on and we keep a good relationship with our vendors and accept all mowing next year. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't think we're saying not to trim up your departments and things like that. And I greatly appreciate that. So, and I think he has, or did he have something in, or did we ask for proposals with that type of stuff in it, but we didn't accept it, right? With like tree trimming and things like that. It was just strictly mowing, right?
I think there was there was a bid on trimming, but they haven't done it.
Yeah.
I believe, have they?
Is weeding like, okay.
Then in the contract, there are occasions that they are paid to trim bushes, but
Okay.
fire departments are not part of
Okay. Do we want to check on that, make sure that's being fulfilled? Can we, Jessica, John?
what about the health department? Why haven't they been coming as far as to the meetings? They haven't been quite a while.
She usually sends us an email in the mornings and letting us know.
Did we ever decide on the truck too, as far as what, we never did anything in open session anyway. I mean, I know we got an email on it, but
What's the county policy say? David, can you pull that up?
Policy on,
On,
Do we need to finish our action from executive session before we get on into that?
I guess I did make a motion. We didn't second it, huh?
We're
we did.
through on
We
that,
took care of that
but
one.
we had the personnel with Sean as well. Right? And Did we need to do something with Burlington Northern,
With what?
with the railroad?
Oh, yeah, he's got those.
We did interviews last week, and from those interviews, our recommendations are to hire Shelley Collins as a Mound City Operator 1, 7K 166389, with a desired start date of 9/19. Jack Schreckheis, All-District Mechanic 1, based out of Pleasanton, 9G 186690, with a desired start date at 9/11. Lucas Vaughn, Lacine Operator 2, 8H 174910, with a desired start date of 9/6. And the only caveat is Schreckheist as a mechanic would need to determine supervision, and we're recommending that he be supervised by the all-district foreman, Todd.
I'll make a motion that we approve the hires as presented.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? I would like to consider, after hiring these people, consider looking into seeing what it would take to get a full-time foreman back over in Pleasanton and getting that shop up to operating again. I'd like to just kind of see what that would take and if that would alleviate some pressure on both our current full-time foreman. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Sean, you got any input on it? Or what your thought would be on it?
I would have to meet with the foremans before I speak intelligently on it, but my first thoughts are some of the complications that may have led to it. I was not here when it occurred, but I do know that on the equipment purchasing, it lent itself to the purchase of 3 new units each time a unit was purchased, where 3 new units were not needed in all of those districts. And it also lent itself to going away from service request and bringing on more of a district mentality than a county-wide. If those hurdles and any others the foreman's brought to me, if we could work those out, I don't perceive it being undoable. I would like to get with them and bring to you a list of things that may be complications so we can work them out so they don't become problems.
My only thought on it, Danny, is we recently had turnover in the South Shop. As far as our foreman anyway, I think we should be cautious of making other changes until we see how things are ran under our new foreman.
Yeah, and I agree. But I think we should I don't know. I feel like that. Yeah, I'd like to know the rhyme to the reason why Pleasanton was shut down. I mean, that's the biggest concern of that all the people over my district are always asking. And,
Okay.
you know, and I get the equipment thing, but that's more of us controlling that and making sure that everybody's working together and scheduling right. We don't have to buy 3 pieces of equipment every time that we,
I think those were just 2 of the biggest concerns were on how things could be managed better. And again, I wasn't here when it was done that way, but those were the concerns that I know of currently. And if they're mitigated, there's probably not much we can't get through if it's mitigated properly prior to.
Still have a motion on the table on hires.
right. So, motion moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. But yeah, I would really like to look into that very seriously and the pros and cons of opening it or keeping it shut. So,
Okay. The next thing we have is the agreement on the Hellsbend Bridge.
This is a easement that the railroad is granting the county to work over and on their right of way during the construction of this bridge, and for that matter, having the bridge over the railroad indefinitely. And so, we are the grantee. I think there are 2 or 3 places where we sign, and then 2 or 3 places where a date needs to be filled in that he's marked there. So if you're willing to accept this grant of easement, that you need a motion to that effect.
I'll make a motion that we accept this easement, as a grant easement, or this easement agreement between, or for the bridge project at Hills Bend between BNSF Railroad Company and ourselves.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye. Was that all we had from?
No, there's one other document that the plans for the bridge required some revisions due to requirements of the railroad. There will be probably some additional cost in the construction because of that. We don't know how much at this point. So what you're doing here is accepting the final plan as approved by the railroad as the plan that we will take bids on.
I'll make a motion that we accept the final plans as approved by the railroad to send out for bids.
I'll second. Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
The only thing I had left was, we can take up after the Queens Road, but I was in communication with the lagoon contractor, and I believe I will have it ready to be signed before we leave here today, because that date is coming up rapidly.
I sent that to you, didn't I? The revision?
Yes, it's been signed by one, the other is signing it currently and sending it back to me.
Is she signing it, is it?
I think it's just one, if you guys want to look at it.
The only place you sign is on the front page of that one, just right down at the bottom there.
We had Darren on the agenda 25 minutes ago for a zoning case, and then we still got this Queens Road discussion, and we got budget hearing coming up too, so.
Go ahead and get Darren out of the way. Darren, you ready?
Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. Case number Z 23-05 for Mark Hayes, 24830 County Road 1077, Parker, Kansas. Approval for rezoning from agricultural to countryside zone for a lot split purpose. Applicant has been approved for a lot split of 4 acres to sale or lease under current zoning agricultural. The parcel is below the minimum 10-acre size and requires rezoning as countryside. Staff recommendations and findings. The proposed zoning change conforms to the character of the neighborhood by providing the combined usage, neighboring agricultural zone properties, and are of large size. Property is suitable for permitted use of the proposed countryside zoning and will not negatively affect nearby properties. The purpose of rezoning of the land creates no change or effect of surrounding properties and not create any additional infrastructure needs. The proposed change conforms to the comprehensive plan by allowing more land to be kept in large agricultural parcels and not changed to residential designations. The standards that should apply are listed in Article 20 and with proper findings as required in Golden versus the City of Overland Park. Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval of this application it passed with an 8-0 vote.
So if you don't have, I don't know if you have any questions. If you don't, then your motion will be to pass resolution number
2023-38.
Yes.
and adopt the findings of the.
Are you Mr. Hayes? Do you have anything you want to add or say or nothing?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-38, which is zoning case number 23-05 for Hayes, and accept the findings of the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You got one? Go ahead. No, it doesn't matter. And Gary, while they're signing there, with the hearing publication for R&R and budget set at 11, as long as we don't start before that. we're
Right.
okay, right?
It does, it could start later, it just can't start ahead of that.
Okay.
Is Sean around? Is Sean still here? You ready to talk about Queens Road?
I am, Wildlife and Parks. Oh, there we go. Here, and, I would let him, before you got the traffic study.
Correct.
Looks like the first day they tested it, obviously to see if the counter's working, they backed over it. You'll notice that's the peak volume was 20 that day, but after that, the peak volume was no more than 6, with a total minus the first day. Less than 30 for the week is what I'm showing. And then I'll let them speak, and then
What's a typical number for a road?
I don't know what a typical number for a road is. I don't know that there is. It's going to be based all of it on volume, but 30 cars in a week doesn't seem to be a large number. And talking to Kevin, that is a rather small number. But I mean, I could imagine, depending on what road surface, even gravel road surface, you put it on based on the area and the usage of it between farm and residential traffic, it's going to be quite a bit larger than that. So.
Okay.
Come on up.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Commissioner. My name's Jacob Coulter. I work for Kansas Wildlife and Parks, specifically in the Public Lands Division at Marizine Wildlife Area. So, what interested me in coming down here in the first place was just a conversation about Queens Road. But if I could, just a few minutes about me, the wildlife area, just so there's some context here. I don't want to be just showing up as some state guy talking about whatever. So, my name's Jacob. I've been in Linn County for about 10 years. I moved here when I took a job with Wildlife and Parks. My wife works at Prairie View out at the high school. I go to church here in Mountain City. We're Linn County people. I'll probably spend the rest of my career here. So if we've never met, I apologize. But anyway, hopefully I'll see you more often, and I'm not just coming here from Topeka or something like that. So, the wildlife area has been around in Linn County since like the 50s. It's a pretty prestigious wildlife area as far as wildlife and parks goes. It's the second or third most heavily used wildlife area in the state of Kansas. A lot of that is seasonal use through hunting seasons and things like that. So there's a lot of misconceptions, I think, about the wildlife area, about how we're funded, what we do. And I guess at the end of this little spiel, I'd like to think that the county might recognize, hopefully, either just some better information or just say, hey, maybe the wildlife area has more value than we originally realized, right? If you've been up or down 69 Highway, you've probably seen it flooded during the spring, or you've seen some silly hunter out there chasing ducks around, but maybe didn't know any more than that. The wildlife area doesn't take a dime if takes Kansas general fund dollars. We're user funded, fee funded. So what that means is hunting license, fishing license, things like that go into a pot. That's a funding source to manage the wildlife area. We have a couple ag leases on the wildlife area, row crop, hay, grazing lease, things like that. Sell some timber from time to time if we need to. And the other big revenue for us is basically a federal excise tax on hunting and fishing equipment. So basically, sportsmen decided years ago, say, hey, we want to fund conservation. They go and they buy a bow, a gun, something like that. There's like a portion of that goes into a federal pot. We basically apply for a grant to match dollars. So I'm using ag funds to match some of those dollars, and then we're using what we call like license fees to manage some of those dollars. So none of it is Kansas general fund. So when people say, yada, 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 my tax dollars being wasted, things like that, well, the conversation might be a hunter or a fisherman might say, hey, this is not what we want to see, but it's not like general tax dollars. And I guess I just want to make that kind of as a clear delineation on we're not like a burden, you know. Let's see here. So the last time I took a deep dive in, I guess in addition to that, before I move on from funding, we don't pay property tax, but it's called PILT, I guess, payment in lieu of taxes. So the last time I looked, we were averaging about $17,000 as a payment to Linn County.
How many acres do you guys take up?
7,000. So most of which I was looking before the meeting got started. We're in the gray band, the flood zone. So I don't know, 80 to 90% of the wildlife area is in the floodplain. So, any questions on anything I've said so far about funding or kind of who we are and what we're about? Okay. So as far as maybe some other things to think about when we think about value to the county might be people showing up here to hunt and fish in the fall, specifically hunting, and I'm going to say just specifically duck hunting because that's kind of what we're known for if we're known for anything. The last time I took a deep dive in this was 2022 to see where our hunters come from. We had hunters come from 28 other states other than Kansas to come here and duck hunt. And that they're not coming to Linn County for any other reason. I mean, they're coming from Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, things like that, staying for a week to come and hunt. So it's a destination place, I guess is what I'm saying, for a lot of waterfowl hunters. And that's just kind of, I guess, what we're known for. So just kind of keep that in mind as you think about what the wildlife area might contribute. It's a lot of people showing up here in the fall that, like I said, just may not be coming to Linn County or may not even know about Linn County for any other reason than, hey, we're going to go duck hunt there for a week or whatever. So like I said, though, the road or our use is typically seasonal. So I'm a little surprised the numbers were that low. Just in our day-to-day operations and stuff, I thought I saw the traffic counter and I thought, heck, I probably drove over it just that much going up to G. It's got this Queens Road connects two portions of the wildlife area. So we got a big block kind of around Boycourt to 69 and south to 1350, and then what we call Unit G is kind of it's connected, but it's more or less connected on the other side of the river. So there's a block that's not wildlife area, but just through active management and stuff, I thought we would have driven over it more than that. But it's the bulk of its use is occurring through the hunting season, October through January or something like that. As far as our users going up and down that road. So that's kind of just the I don't know, big flyover, I guess, the wildlife area. Just a little bit spiel about funding, maybe some, how it's drawn, or the folks that might come to the county to use the wildlife area. As it relates to this road specifically, I don't know. I guess I just wanted to be part of the conversation. That's why I wanted to be down here. I had heard that it might get closed and there was going to be a traffic study, and I just said, hey, are there some other possibilities or solutions here that we can come up with?
Well, I think Sean, you want to talk on that? We've talked about not necessarily just, when people think of closing a road, we're going to put blocks at the beginning and the end of it, not let no one down it. I think it's more, in this situation, we want to block off the section that is compromising the road, and we
Pretty much
use it as a parking spot, kind of.
from the railroad, Russell, going back towards the west, you've got an area, before you turn and enter into what I would notice is the area that's flooded for ducks. You've got an area where there's sloughing at the bottom side of the riverbank, which is causing the soil along the bank
Which is
to slough off.
turn in the river right there.
It is at a bend. It's causing it to slough off. And then there's a smaller area. I don't know whether it's 100 feet, 150 feet further west of that. We've taken some steps by talking to some engineers. We brought the on-call engineers down there and looked at it, and we discussed the pilings and trying to stop the sloughing, repacking that roadway and leaving it in its original position. But the engineers were pretty well convinced that this was going to be a very expensive project. We never discussed exact numbers or tried to bid the project, but they thought it was going to be very expensive for the section of roadway that we had in there, and that eventually the water would reclaim whatever work we did. There's also the opportunity to move the roadway to the south and bring it up higher on a rock ledge or a hill there. This is also going to be fairly expensive, but it would give you more time. Eventually, over time, the river is going to move and adjust and do what it does. Either way, either one of those options are going to be fairly expensive and eventually still lose out to the process. And when I say lose out to it, we're talking decades down the road, yes, but I can't. The engineers, when we bid it and what their projections were and things, we'd have to discuss with them. I think we've put a temporary railing up right now. It's just post and wire, marked it as best we can to show the hazard there. If you're thinking about preventing traffic down that roadway or allowing it to be blocked off at this point, for safety reasons, it still doesn't prohibit the future discussion of moving that roadway or doing other things to reaccommodate the roadway in the wildlife area. But that would be a decision on your end as to what the safety factors of that roadway are. And quite honestly, the engineers looked at it. The roadway's been impaired in 2 spots. When it'll get impaired again, God, river, and the rain will know. I can't tell you. I mean, there's nothing, because it's being pulled from underneath and then it's sloughing down. I can't tell you when the next is going to be and it's going to move over.
So there's no houses or anything between the trestle and unit area G, is there?
No, there's private property and wildlife land.
But they can be accessed from both sides if we did.
There are people that use that road to access their property, their residence.
No, I understand that. But there's 2 other ways to get around to area G from Boycourt, correct?
From the other end, yes.
Go across the bridge, and then there's, I guess, go through Boycourt and.
Yes, there's other entrances to that area. But again, that's as far as the roadway itself. This roadway, I don't think it's a matter of whether we want to maintain or keep the roadway. It's a matter of, can you afford to move it at this point, or do you take some steps temporarily now and then discuss moving it later. I don't think that impacts our ability to move it at a later date. And whether it needs closed out before the season when it's actually in use, that would again be up to you. I can't tell you when that next event, I'm not an engineer and I can't tell you when that next slide will be and the road will shout.
Could I
Yep.
follow up on a few?
Go
things
ahead.
Sean said, thank you. So I'm no river wizard, but I've been around long enough to know that this type of erosion, I think it's called a rotational slump. And basically what's happened is that the toe of the river bank has got super saturated and it's lost and eroded some, and it's lost its holding capabilities. So if you think about the river like this, right, when you see erosion where trees are down the riverbank and they might be leaning back this way, we're still vertical, then you know you basically have this type of action going on. So it's called a rotational slump. I have repaired some of those on the riverbank where we have important infrastructure, big pump stations, things like that we can't move or afford to lose. We've reconstructed the riverbank. We've put in some rock veins. It's called like a horizontal longitudinal toe, and you basically a big riprap down at the bottom. Those are expensive. Those are pricey, but yeah. So that's the type of erosion. There are some solutions out there. I suspect any of those along the riverbank could be fairly pricey. Danny, to your question, hey, is there another way around? It takes it adds about 4 miles to get from Boycourt to G if you were to not use this road, let's say. So to go west and over and down and back to it, it goes from about 1.5 miles to about 5.5 miles. So you can get there. It adds 4 miles. Yeah. So creatively, we have moved roads like this before. I guess we said, hey, it's not worth repairing or stabilizing this bank, but we do have a little bit of real estate here to slide on over. And I guess I was optimistic that might be a possibility. Like Sean said, it's on the outside bend of a river. They're active guys. I mean, it's a river that thing's constantly changing and wanting to move. It's wanting to move material from the outside bend and deposit it on the inside bend. That's just how rivers work. They're constantly working, but they can be slow, and at times they tend to heal themselves, I guess. The river's been pretty dry, and it's not like it's an active site right now. It's been relatively stable for some amount of time. So I don't know when it became, hey, we need to do something about this discussion, but it's been like that for a while.
So is there any history to suggest that the state would assist with the cost of moving this road if it had to be moved?
Yeah, that's a common, I guess, answer to when I'm talking about just being part of the solution. I wanted to come down here as just let's provide some context and maybe provide some solutions. I didn't come down here necessarily with like a budget proposal.
No, and I didn't, I said, it's
Yeah,
history
yeah.
to suggest.
It's possible. I did ask that up the chain of command. Hey, is there any possibility the wildlife and parks could use what we're going to call fee fund dollars to fix or repair a county road? One fortunate aspect of this is, maybe it's fortunate, that section of the road is also on the wildlife area. So we don't own every bit of ground between Boycourt and G. We do happen to own that portion of the road. So, Gary, yes, it is possible. That's not local dollars or anything, but it is a possibility. I thought the county might have some interest in repairing this road. I think a great deal of expense was spent using Reagan's Road, which is effectively Queens Road. I mean, Queens basically more or less turns into Reagan's. So it's not, there is an intersection between there and where the road was raised and asphalt was added. I got a feeling that was relatively expensive as well, and it's more or less the same road. So I don't know what the cost benefit analysis is on a traffic counter. You know, if there was 100 people using it or 150 people using it or something like that, then it's worth X dollars to the county. But it was, my guess is a pretty pricey repair about 3 or 4 miles from this location. So.
As I recall, there were some residences that road served, I believe. Am I not right about that?
Like the other places, I mean, maybe I'll let Sean.
Yeah, and there's prime ground there too or something.
But that's beside the point anyway. But just address the liability question. It's clear that we know that this road is being impinged upon by the river. Whatever you do, I think I'm with Sean that you should seriously think about at least a temporary closure while you work out what kind of solution you're going to make. And I just offer that in terms of the liability side of it. If we know it's damaged and we leave it open and some drunk duck hunter drives off the edge and drowns, we got a
I mean,
problem.
because we have no guardrails or anything there. We have just a little bit of cable, right? I mean, it's nothing that's gonna.
Posted cable is and signage is what's marking it now.
Could we eliminate some of that liability by turning it into a minimum maintenance road? Or something that way that,
That might help some, but we would still need, I think, to have some kind of either an adequate barrier or a temporary closure.
I mean, that's y'all's call to make. I just came down here to maybe be part of the conversation. We moved on pretty quick from the Reagan's Road, repair. It just seems like it is part of the conversation. Maybe it's not, but it's more or less maintaining that stretch of road that serves a portion of Linn County. The other question, I guess, what I ask is if the roadway is being impaired, I would ask to what extent? And then is there hey, we move this thing over 4 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, whatever, and we're back in compliance? Or what would it take to get over to a safe space where everybody's more comfortable? I get that there's not a barrier there, but there's probably lots of places where county roads parallel the river or other hazards where there's not a full-blown barricade. So to what point is it impacted to the point that additional liability is concerned, and can we buy some time with just 3 or 4 foot of movement?
So you're suggesting maybe a temporary relocation as opposed to a permanent rebuild?
Yeah, I'm going back to keep it open. Yes, sir.
so trying to mitigate the situation a little bit.
At least on the short term,
That would be something we'd have to speak to our on-call engineers about, because as far as what's impacted underneath and how far it would have to be moved over, I would have to say you'd need an engineering study or a traffic study for that, or both. One for how far we move it over, and one for the signage necessary and the safety measures to implement to control it. But I would have to go to them and find out what that study would cost. I know they've walked it preliminary with us and told us what our options were, and as far as a long-term fix, but as far as a shorter-term fix and just adjusting the roadway, that would be something we'd have to go back and have a conversation on.
We're doing the same exact thing over on Waddles Road too, up Mine Creek. Same situation. So on the corner right there.
The corner with riprap and all that. And I don't know if the foreman's contacted you about that, but we've had it mowed so we can go.
Yeah, I saw it.
and walk.
So they're just taking consideration. There's a few other spots that are kind of exactly like that we.
So do you want Sean to get the engineers back to look at this idea of a temporary relocation?
I think so.
When's your crowd going to start coming? I mean, when are they?
The bulk of the load, like this coming Saturday, there's going to be teal season, right? So G's got water. It's probably going to have some birds. It's going to get some use. So there's going to be like a little bump in use in September. Our main attraction is going to be what we call the main duck season. It opens the middle of November and runs to the end of January.
Can we put more barricades up for right now of any kind?
The only other barricades that I have, because of the way this is shaped, we put in steel post and run cable and put signage, but any other like blockage or anything that I would put in would narrow your roadway to the point that I don't know that it would be usable at that point if I used a fixed barricade on a solid surface.
So what if we made it a one-way, or I mean, in Missouri, they have bridges still that you have to yield to oncoming traffic and things that way. We're not talking about a high count. We're not talking about them flying through at a high speed, right? Or are we?
Not like, no, sir. No, it's a curvy road. I mean, it's a road that parallels the river. Maybe that's one advantage of it having low traffic is it's some solution there might not impair a lot of people, and the people that are going to be using it are going to be pretty aware. But I mean, the river's just right there. And it's got a lot of curves and bends in it. Nobody's flying down.
But I mean, what if we decrease liability by putting barricades and putting where we're sloughing off or something along those lines, and putting in saying it's a yield to oncoming traffic, narrow road, something along those signs.
I think you can probably, before an engineering study, I can call our on-calls down, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $500, which is average to look at bridges and other damage. But we could probably accomplish a temporary with signage adjustment under their guidance for that amount, and then go on to get bids on an engineering study or something. If it's possible, that's probably the neighborhood you're looking at to keep it open for the season. I would think it'd be $500 to $1,000 to have them come down and give us that information and tell us what materials to use and what signage to use on a study.
Gary, does that put us, I mean, are we at,
If we have an engineer tell us what to do, that protects us a whole lot in terms of liability, as opposed to just going out there and doing what we think.
between now and then though, if there's an accident and we just have up our cables and orange signs, I mean, are we really putting ourselves in a situation?
Well, there's always some liability there, yeah. I mean, the traffic count's low right now, so but you say there's gonna be a bump next week or the next couple of months.
Within the month.
I think there's always a little element of rolling the dice, you know, of taking a risk when you got some exposure. I would suggest that you see how quick you can get the engineer down here. Maybe you want to just block it off until the engineers come look at it. I mean, that's also a possibility, but that's going to interfere with your teal season.
Well, I would think on that, the time, unless it was sloughing off completely, I think the time that we would take to come up with the block, the equipment, the manpower, and the other things to block it off versus to mitigate it, I don't think you're looking at a week's difference between the two. So if I can get a call out to the engineers today and make an appointment with them, I don't think you're looking at a considerable amount of time between the two projects, the temporary projects.
I would like to look at how we can mitigate this and keep the road open. I'm not talking about trying to have an expensive rebuild or something that way. I view it as an issue that needs taken care of and things that way, but I think there's other ways we can do it besides closing the road down.
I mean, I agree. That's the last thing I want to do is just shut the road down, but it's hard to justify moving the road because there's no houses on it. And there's other ways to it. I think on that part you were talking about, for some reason, I'm thinking, how much was that project? 300,000 just for that little tiny curve? I can't remember exactly, but I know it was pretty high. And I think that then they provide a lot of the excavation, dirt work and stuff. And
Yeah, and that might be part of, hey, you know, if it costs X dollars and X dollars is not doable, but X minus Y dollars is doable, and Wildlife Area of the State gets to be the Y, then maybe we can find some common ground. So I got on-call excavating services. We have some resources that might be able to work together and partner on this. So I'm not asking the county to just take it full on, especially if the closure's on the table. Thank y'all for being willing to look at some other options, maybe what minimum road maintenance kind of liabilities, like what does that delineation mean? Is there some added?
There is some added protection.
Some, you know, does that gain us anything that we can have more of a crude, I guess, repair with that delineation? Then great. And then is there some wiggle to just slide it over and buy some time? So,
Okay.
thank y'all.
Thank you.
Any more questions for me on the wildlife area or this project specifically?
Are you guys working close together? I mean, are you guys staying in contact?
We've got contact information. We go out to meet with the engineers. I'll make the communication. We'll have the discussion on site. Go from there.
If there's
Perfect.
anything you guys can throw our way or ideas or help or anything, just, I guess, get with Sean and,
Okay.
appreciate
Thank
you
y'all for
coming in.
letting me
Appreciate
talk.
your time.
Appreciate it.
We still have all that Sean, do we still have all that guardrail down there at the old, or here at Mountain City?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to.
That guardrail down at here at Mountain City that we took out, is it all still down there with the post?
The majority of the guardrail we took out, was stationed over in Pleasanton.
Even closer.
Could we utilize sections of that to help with the cable right
The
there? on
barricade?
corner? Yeah. Or is that-
It's possible, but again, it's what it's mounted into, if that's firm.
You'd have to-
So you got to get over to ground that's capable of carrying the weight of that. It's possible you could put it in right at the edge of the sloughing and you could watch it roll down the hill.
Right.
So,
We need the engineers to weigh in on
Determine.
that anyway.
Right. To determine.
but that, we were discussing, they've already done some preliminaries on this. I don't think it's going to take them a lot of work to get in here and help us out.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, David.
All right, so we have a hearing scheduled for revenue neutral and budget today. I'd like to give you just a little information before you open the hearing. The budget, as we have it prepared, will stay revenue neutral. And we are right on the revenue neutral levy the way it is. You cannot go up from that amount now because you published the budget at that amount. You could still come down from that if you want to before you approve the budget. So what I would like to have you do today is go ahead and pass the resolution to exceed revenue neutral, hold the hearing. This is the way we had it scheduled. It also gives us one thing that could help us out when final levies are set this fall. My reasoning there is our value could go down from the estimated value this summer to the final value in October when I'm calculating levies. If we go ahead and pass this resolution and go through all the steps now, we would be able to adjust that levy just slightly if our value goes down to still bring in the tax dollars we have budgeted. Without passing that, if our value goes down, we can't increase that mill levy at all, and we're actually going to lose tax dollars from the budget. So that would.
So we would be making additional cuts to the budget.
Yeah, we'd have to at that point because we wouldn't have as much tax money coming in.
Okay.
So that's my reasoning for going ahead and passing the resolution is it just gives us that flexibility. I'll get the budget out and we'll talk about amounts when we get into it. But as it stands right now for the county budget, we are exactly on the revenue neutral rate for the mill levy. And the tax dollars to fund that are actually already a little lower than the current year just because of rounding calculations in the formula. We're about $2,000 below this year on the tax dollars we'd be bringing in to get us to come out exactly to that revenue neutral rate.
Okay.
So, but the steps we'd need to go through to do this is, first of all, the chair needs to open a revenue neutral hearing for the Linn County budget and ask for public comment. See if there is any comment on the revenue neutral part. Once that hearing is completed, you would adopt a resolution. And then after that, and that one has to be a roll call vote, so I would record who voted which way on it. After that process is done, then we would have the chair open the budget hearing for the county and county special districts budgets, ask for public comment again on the actual budgets. And then that hearing, once it's closed, would we need a motion to approve the budgets? So the first thing in that process would be the chair opening the revenue neutral hearing.
We have to adjourn from the actual commission or not?
I don't think so.
I think
It's
just
a
by
function
opening
of
the
that
new
commission.
one, you've really effectively done
At
it.
this time, we'll open the revenue neutral hearing.
So
Go ahead, you got it.
I would say, I've already given you my reasoning on why I think we should go this way, and you do need to give the public an opportunity to speak about revenue neutral if there's anyone here that wants to talk about that.
We'll open it up for public comment if anybody has anything. If so, come up, say your name and.
Yeah, I'm Wes Koffel. I just have a couple of questions about revenue neutral. If we're in revenue neutral and our valuation goes up 30%, which it has to about do that because I know a lot of people's houses and property values went up that much in valuation, does that mean you're going to lower your mill levy to get the same number of dollars in that you had last year or whatever your budget is?
If you want me to field questions.
Yeah, if you could, you mean.
Yeah, I actually was asking you. I figured you knew more than they did about it.
I just want to get an okay
Yeah.
from them to answer. So yeah, that's the whole theory on the revenue neutral is it's the same tax dollars as the prior year's budget. So if values go up, then the levy comes down, so it brings in the same amount of tax dollars. So what we have published this year is a lower mill levy than what we had for the current year.
Okay, that was my question. So our mill levy should go down.
That's correct.
Okay.
On the county portion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have no doubt. You have no control over the school, and God knows the school system's about to have to build another school. So yeah, it's going to be worse and worse. But that was my question, was understanding how revenue neutral was viewed by, to me, revenue neutral is spend what we have, but don't spend more than we have. Well, that's what we're doing then, because we're lowering our mill levy. All right, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Wes. Whoever else next.
Dean Vivian. To that gentleman's question, that doesn't mean that his taxes are going to remain the same, correct? I mean, his taxes may go up 25, 30%, correct? Depending on.
The mill levy will remain the same. The taxes will not necessarily remain the same.
Exactly. So, exactly. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't thinking that his tax bill would not change. Some of us have gotten 600% increases over that. Does that shock anybody?
I think it shocked a lot of the community. I think we got a lot of phone calls here a few months ago. And is part of that's because we hadn't been compliant, David, right? With appraisals and things like that.
We were, the last couple of years, values went up a lot. Part of that was land or property is selling higher, and part of it was trying to get us back in compliance with the property valuation department.
So we kind of got hit all at once, I guess, if you would.
So, I mean, have all the Linn Valley properties seen, say, 600% increases?
I can't answer that. I don't know if 600%.
Have you talked to the appraiser about that?
Yeah, yes.
Did she give you an answer?
Well, she basically saying that kind of got caught with your pants down, that, you know, if you'd been costing these things or pricing these things at, say, 6,000 or 10,000 and they sold for 20, well, then you go, wait a minute, you know. But, I mean, that could be a couple of sales. And it seems like certainly at Sugar Valley, that's exactly what it was. It was a couple of sales where actually the first guy who kind of kicked it off has now got buyer's remorse. He's now trying to sell those lots that he bought because he realized he ridiculously overpaid. And then somebody down the street goes, well, you know, those lots just sold for, so you better get this before.
And so now you got several lots where they overpaid.
But that's what we deal with in any market.
I understand that, but the law goes back to the concept of what a reasonable person would pay. And now in the equation, we're not just dealing with reasonable people. We're dealing with folks who are also dealing with situations in larger cities where there are a couple of corporations in this country who are trying to buy up every single family home they can. And so somebody will list a price and you got a couple of buyers, and then all of a sudden some unknown person comes in and pays a premium for it.
Mr. Chairman, does this have anything to do with revenue neutral or just, is this talking about appraisals?
Well, so, I mean, it's the whole equation. I mean, are we only allowed to talk about revenue neutral or?
Yeah, we're open for a revenue neutral hearing, so.
Well, the
bottom here, it says, September 5th, 11 o'clock, and Linn County Annex to talk about the proposed property tax increase here. Since it's a property, this is supposed to be a property.
Property tax, the property tax hearing is the next hearing after this one closes. It'll be, well,
We're running behind.
Did you not listen? David explained the first thing we have to do is the revenue neutral hearing. Then close that, and then we do the tax
Budget hearing.
Okay.
budget.
So,
Okay.
so we are.
I apologize.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
out of order.
You're fine.
I'm out of order.
You're fine.
Okay.
We're trying to stay revenue neutral so that we're
Okay.
not.
In that case, let me ask you this. If I'm paying an extra $1,000 a year, that means somebody else is paying $1,000 less, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anybody else? All right, we're going to close the revenue neutral hearings. And then we're going to open it for the,
No, you do your resolution.
Yeah, so the next step would be passing the resolution, 2023-39, which allows you to go over revenue neutral. However, the budget we have published is staying revenue neutral. So the only advantage really on this one at this point would be if our values go down more before final values are set, we could adjust the levy slightly to get the same tax dollars.
I'll make a motion that we pass resolution number 2023-39, which is a resolution for the county of Linn County, Kansas to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so what I would be recording there was Commissioner McCullough voted yes, Commissioner Hightower voted yes.
Correct.
Commissioner Johnson voted no.
No.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you said no when you
sorry.
said something there, but we
Okay.
hadn't called for that yet. And that's
And,
part of.
and we're gonna still, I mean,
It's going to remain revenue neutral.
Our ultimate goal is to,
remain revenue neutral, correct?
Unless we come back later and he needs it, he's gonna raise it, right?
Well, it.
Well,
could
but we'll
slightly
still,
raise
we'll still have control over whether we raise it or not. We could still come in
Yeah.
and cut.
And all he would be raising is the mill levy, not the revenue.
Yeah, the tax dollars will be set when you approve the budget at the level that is calculated to be revenue neutral as of July 1st when these came out.
Okay.
The rate can change If the value goes down, the rate could go up a little. If the value
So
goes
we'll
up,
have to adjust the budget and take it.
No, the budget will stay the same.
budget would stay the same, just the mill levy rate is all we're talking about that could change. It could vary slightly up or down, depending on what our value does, but our tax dollars are set when you approve the budget. So there won't be any additional tax dollars coming in over what's been published and approved in the budget if you approve it the way it's been published.
Okay, as long as it stays revenue neutral, I'm fine.
And that's, yeah, with that part that's published, and we're really getting into more of the budget part of it now. But this is part of the sheet that was published, which shows us at the revenue neutral rate, but it also shows the tax dollars that would be generated by that rate, which are about $2,000 less than what this year's were. Those tax dollars, once you approve this budget, actually, once it was published, cannot go up.
Okay. I'll vote for it then.
So we got 3 yeses.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, then the next step of budget would be, we need to open a budget hearing. And once that has been opened, then you can ask for public comments about the budget.
All right, this time I'll open a budget hearing and allow for public comment. If you have public comment, please come up and state your name and your question.
I'll come back.
Come on up.
I understand we've got a lot of things that affect our taxes, and my taxes went up 57% one year and 26 one year in a row. I have no idea why. I have farm ground that went up $10 an acre 2 years in a row. I don't know how I keep up with that with the farmers. I'm going to have to raise rent on the farm ground in order for them to make money. They're hoping corn stuff come up. You get a drought year, it's tough, but that's the way it's going to have to be, and I understand that. You guys have no control over the appraisals. That's a state thing. It's set up.
Right.
What I would like to say to you, everybody is always complaining. Drive across the state line and everybody compares our taxes to Missouri taxes. I just wish people that did complain would drive across the state line and drive on their roads. That's the first thing. Then come back and complain about something else other than a road crew. Road crew isn't here today, I guess, but yeah, he was. That's the first thing I think people need to realize, that our taxes are high. And I'm not here to complain. I am complaining across the street, but not here. But I do thank you for the way you do spend a lot of this money on our roads, because they're great. And that's what I came to say today. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Wes.
Thank you, Wes.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Peggy D'Amico. My husband and I own a vacant lot and a residential lot at Sugar Valley. Our residential lot went up 92%, which I think is pretty excessive, considering we live in Jackson County and we just had a 54% increase, which I contested also in 1 year. Our vacant lot, however, went up 648%. I think that's pretty excessive. I think that if I relate it, this is how I relate it. I recently paid $3.60 for a gallon of gas. This would be like me going to buy gas the next day and it having an increase on the gasoline, and I now pay $22 a gallon for that gallon of gasoline, where I paid $3.60 for the day before. That's how I equate it in my brain, okay? So I just kind of believe that I understand that there's going to be a tax increase. I don't have a problem with being a tax increase. But the problem at Sugar Valley is People are coming in and they're paying above asking price for these lots. And like Dean said, now they're having buyer's remorse because they're stepping back and they're going, whoa, what did I just do? And they're trying to sell them again, and they can't even get other people to look at them at the price that they paid for them. And it's driven up our taxes because these people are being unreasonable when it comes to purchasing the properties. And in a lot of counties, they have something that's called the Homestead Act, where they cap the amount, the percentage amount, it can go up per year, in order to take the tax burden off the citizens. And my question is, why? I understand that he said earlier that they'd gotten behind on the valuations. I get that. But 648%, I think is excessive. And I'd like to know what can be done. Can we expect that when this bubble burst of these overvaluations of these properties, that we're going to get a tax reduction? I don't think we can.
We should.
Okay, but
Because the data is going to change. So if my understanding is correct, those sales are driving the increase in your
Correct.
property value.
correct. Yes, absolutely.
If the sales change, that's going to also change the trends that they're using to set those values and everything that way, trying to get us in compliance.
Okay.
So we should see a decrease in those valuations. They don't just always climb. Is that correct, David?
Well, I believe so, but we're talking about things through the appraiser's office, which I really have nothing to do with.
Right.
Okay.
The values were set at the beginning of this year, and the notices went out in March, and the time to appeal values was at that time.
Okay.
So
I understand that, and I understand that,
If it's
and I'm,
continued to be based off of fair market value, then as the sales data reflects a lower price, we should be lowering the valuations on those properties.
okay, so these were set, how am I trying to put this? This taxation was set not on fair market value, though, when it comes right down to it. These are inflated
Well, fair
property.
market value is legally defined as sale price.
What a reasonable person would pay.
If it's sold for a price that other than in some kind of a other than arm's length transaction, if it's sold for a price, then that is by definition the market value.
Okay. But I'm curious to whether you gentlemen believe that a 648% increase is excessive in 1 year.
I don't know what your lot is. I don't know what it was appraised at before or anything that way to be able to
Well,
determine.
I can tell you what it was appraised at last year.
Okay.
Okay. It went from, my taxes went from $485 a year to almost $1,800.
And what was it? And are we talking about a lake lot?
Yes.
It's on the lake?
Yes. It's on the lake. But the increase is $1,800 for 1 year
In value?
in taxes.
Taxes, okay.
Okay. But
And taxes.
Can I show you something on the phone?
Yes, please do.
Okay. What he's asking is the value up here.
Okay, all right, so the vacant lot was appraised at $3,610 last year.
And
It
you
is
would
net.
buy every lot around the lake for that, right? As a reasonable person.
Sure,
Okay.
3,500, yeah, sure. It went to 27 on one of the vacant lots.
27,000.
Yes, the other vacant lot went from 3,780 to almost 28.5. Our residential lot went from 36.9 to 70,720. This is all in 1 year. Like I said, they just did this to us in Jackson County, where our primary residence is. a couple months ago. And now it's in court and they're filing class action suits because they gave us no fair warning. It just happened out of the blue. I moved, my husband and I downsized in Kansas City from a house that was 2,200 square foot 3 years ago. We moved into a home that's 850 square foot. Our taxes are now the same 3 years later that they were in our home that was 2,200 square foot 3 years ago. And it did not go well for Jackson County. There's tons of class action suits regarding it. And I don't know how the assessments are done. Apparently, that's not something that you can answer here. Is it a drive-by? Do they walk the property? Do they go on values of what's sold?
Maybe 6 years, yeah.
You know, how exactly do they assess these? Is it a drive-by? Do they walk my property? Or do they just go on what has sold?
I think the commissioners are very sympathetic, but these are questions that only the appraiser can really answer for you. They don't have anything to do with it.
Okay, then why on the appraisal does it tell us that if we want to talk about this, we're supposed to be here today at 11 o'clock?
That's your revenue neutral notice for the revenue neutral and budget hearing. So it gives you an opportunity to come and talk about the budget or about the revenue neutral rate. But the commission has no control over appraised values.
Okay.
And if that's what's creating your tax increase is because your value went up, then that's something you'd have to discuss with the appraiser because none of us in here have anything to do with the appraisal process.
Why wasn't that made clear on the statements? Why is it telling us that if we want to talk about the increases in our property taxes, this is where we're supposed to be at 11 a.m. today?
The statements are on a form prescribed by the state that we had to put it on. It's a confusing notice in my opinion. But what we're really here today is they're going to either approve or not approve the budget as we have it prepared. And when it gets down to your tax amounts, the budget that's approved will set how many county tax dollars are coming in. Once it gets past that to the individual, it's based on your value and they have no control over the value.
Okay, well, I don't know, it's just me, but I think this statement was pretty misleading because I took off work to come down here and this is what it says. This is where I'm supposed to be to talk about this today. So I guess I'll go visit the appraiser's office. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Aren't our tax dollars that we need to bring in are actually less than last year, right?
It's about $2,000 less than last year. Yes.
Hi, Dean Vivian Still. Just to go back to one of the questions. Let's say this buyer of mine, who I know him personally, and he's trying to sell these things. What if he takes a bath? I mean, you had talked about if the property, if the sales go down, then the taxes will as well. But is that an automatic process? I mean, let's just say he bought these lots for $50,000 a piece and he sells them for $30,000 a piece. Is that going to automatically drop the rest of the tax things?
That's going to give them more sales data in their queue, into their calculation.
Okay. It's just that I've been around real estate all my life. My dad was in real estate and he was like, look, it's 2% a year, 2% a year, 2% a year. Now I understand some properties can do more. Basically, mine from the day I bought it, this is compounded 50% increases per year. I'm not sure that stuff is sustainable. And when I plot this stuff on a chart and I look at these things, right now we've gone like this recently. And I'll guarantee you, every time I've seen something like this go, something like this happens pretty quickly afterward. Now, let's say several people sell and take a bath. I realize that's going to do macro things, but what about the micro things? I mean, do I have to come back and petition to get my taxes changed, to get the evaluations changed at that point?
Every year when you get your valuation in May, you have the opportunity to protest that valuation.
Okay.
And Many people do it every year.
Sure, sure, I understand, Okay, thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nathan Fossen with Southeast Kansas Mental Health, and I'm here today ultimately to request reconsideration of the proposed decrease toward the mental health center budget of $50,000. As I reflected upon what that $50,000 equates to in terms of services and over the time, I looked back at when that amount, or by decreasing mental health by $50,000, it brings us back to 1998's commitment that the county made to mental health. When I say 1998, at that time, I was a full-time therapist with the organization, and across our 6 counties, we had 10 or 11 therapists that served all 6 counties, one devoted to Linn County. And we now have many more than that. We have 3, 4 therapists devoted to Linn County. We just hired on an additional psychiatric nurse practitioner to serve Linn County. We've also expanded our services in a variety of other ways. And with that also comes cost inflation. For example, in 1998, our wages then for my position as a therapist were 3 times less than what they are today. And so for the county to now reduce our funding by $50,000, it more seriously compromises our ability to both attract and support the levels of staff we have to meet the need from both a salary perspective, but more importantly from a service need perspective. One thing I've always been very appreciative of as it relates to Linn County is the commitment the county has made to support inflation over the years. If you were to look at the contributions that Linn County's made from, again, 1998 when it was at 68,000 to now when it's at 116 or so thousand, we annually have been requesting a 2 or 3% increase to support inflation, if nothing else, and allowing us to then provide the levels of services necessary. And Linn County has been, to your great credit, consistent with that increase.
My personal opinion, that's because nobody's ever questioned it. I've been trying since I became a commissioner, I don't know how many years ago, was during a budget to get literature on why, the rhyme to the reason of why you need those funds. And I'm not talking just about you, I'm talking about everybody in general. And that's how a lot of this stuff has came to sight was, you're not the only one. I feel like that we just kind of blew over the budgets and there's never been anything to back them. And now that we asking all these questions, things came to light and they just don't make sense to us. And that's why it's coming to fruition now. But I think that I can't speak for the past commission, but I just think that I feel like that we've ran over the budget really fast and never asked any questions. And this is something that should have been caught a long time ago.
You make a great point, and one of my regrets on behalf of our organization is that we over the years haven't been more educational about the types of services we need and at the levels necessary. It has been our practice to stand before this commission once a year and present our budget, and in so doing summarize the types of services we provide and address any questions. And it's been my experience, to your point, that typically there's some just general level discussion and heightened understanding about what that means. And then the county has approved the budget. When I presented before this commission a month or so ago, And as I was driving home, it quickly became evident to me that we've done a poor job of educating the commission and community about the services we provide. The questions you posed me were very, very relevant and appropriate and encouraging questions, because it gave me opportunity to share the depth and the breadth of the types of services we provide, whether it be 24/7 crisis services or our routine outpatient therapy and case management and other community-based services that we offer. And again, it just signaled to me that there's an informational awareness concern about the types of services we provide. We as a mental health organization, I've considered us at some level to be somewhat of a secret service. Secret in that the service we provide, we take seriously our responsibility to protect the confidentiality of those we treat and support. And as such, we don't actively talk about who we're helping and the manner in which we're helping them, because we protect their confidentiality. But as such, the downfall of that is that there's then under awareness of the benefit and support we're offering. Also, some educational history. Our organization was first formed in the early 60s and formed by local counties per state statute, whereby it was outlined that each county was to provide mental health services regardless of one's ability to pay. And in effect, this county and the other 5 counties we serve have delegated that responsibility to us to be that safety net provider, to serve all who have needs, regardless of ability. And we've taken that, we've embraced that mission as we go about delivering services. We don't discriminate, or we don't provide differing levels of service depending on the payer source, depending on whether they have private insurance or Medicaid or no.
So any of the funds that we provide each year go to somebody that can't afford, I mean, if.
Yes, yeah.
So
You
you pay for so say I don't have insurance, I come in there, I really need help. You guys, and this guy's from Linn County, or woman, whatever's from Linn County, and they can't pay their bill. You're gonna take some of the funds that we provide to you and give to them.
That's what these funds are for.
But in your letter back to us, you said our write-off amount for Linn County was $1.4 million. And how can you stay in business if you're writing off that amount? And is that truly the people who can't pay, or is that what the insurance companies are marking you down?
Yeah, let me explain how that write-off figure comes about. When we establish our rates, we do so based on what the market bears. In many instances, it may be what insurance pays. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, for example, if they pay $200 for therapy services, that's what we set our rates at. Medicaid, however, has traditionally paid less than. And so we'll then write off the difference between what Medicaid pays and what Blue Cross Blue Shield would have paid.
So you're actually still getting paid for the services. You're just getting paid at the government's rate. So doesn't that seem inflating your numbers?
Yeah, let me extend the story, because what I then want to speak to is not those that have Medicaid that essentially we're providing services to, but those that have no insurance and no Medicaid, no other form of insurance to support the services we provide. And in those instances, we then are establishing their rate equal to their sliding scale income, household income. And if they can only afford $5 based on our calculation for that therapy service that otherwise we would charge out at $200, then that's where we'd write off $195. And so when you add that up over time, and over the number of clients we serve, then it in effect comes to 1.4 million. So that's how that equation plays out, if that's helpful. We also, if there's hardship, we write off the amount altogether and require zero payment for services. And then we revisit their hardship every 6 months to determine whether their household income would now afford them opportunity to pay for services. And so that's ultimately what the county is helping subsidize and support, are those services that otherwise the residents have the ability to pay for.
So size-wise, what's on the list of counties that you guys provide services in? Where do we land, like, number-wise, do you know? Like, what's your biggest county?
So Allen County and Neosho County are the two counties that we provide probably the highest level of services to.
So us compared to
Right off
Neosho, how big are we? I
different.
mean, or is Neosho way bigger than Linn County on service-wise?
Oh, in terms of service numbers,
That's something you didn't give us as far as the service numbers on what you was.
okay. In terms of service numbers, Neosho County, well, what do I have here?
Client, let's just do clients then. How many, I mean, compared to Linn County, how many do they have?
Neosho County has about 1,500 clients.
So they have 3
And
times
we have 453.
the number of clients and they pay less money than we do. That's,
But sir, there's something else. We talked about this for quite at great lengths that day, and we had to reach back out to you to get you to give us numbers to us. And you assured us you'd send them to us, right? The day when you left, you would give us the numbers.
Yes.
We had to reach back out to get the numbers, right?
I apologize for our delay in delivering that.
Okay.
can you explain why Bourbon and Neosho pay less, it seems, than the remaining 4 counties?
What I can share in that regard is that we have consistently requested more funds than they have supported. And for example, in Neosho County, we requested $165,000 approximately this last year.
And they gave you 109. Has Linn County in the past 10 years ever not provided what you guys requested?
No, to your credit, you have supported our requests.
But that's where I don't feel like I feel like we haven't been doing our duty as a commission as a whole on trying to make sure that we are providing what you need. And does that make sense? I feel like that we haven't been asking enough questions. We haven't been educated enough on it. I feel like we just kind of been rolling with the ball, and that's the reason we're in the spot that we're in. And
how many clients do you have in Allen County? Do you have it?
In Allen County, we have about 2,000 clients. And here we have, I think the number we provided you earlier was 453. And yet we're in the midst of an electronic health record transition implementation, and our later review indicates that would be 559.
Okay.
Last year, we provided to Linn County 9,147 services.
9,000?
Correct. 9,147 services. And this year, we provided 16,309 services. which is, I think, greater than what we had previously reported to you. I think we reported 5,353.
So what's the 9,000 number? Is that 2021?
2021, correct.
Can you define when you say you provided a service, what does that mean?
Oh, that could be any service ranging from psychiatry to therapy
Is that
to
answer a phone call?
use.
Is that
No.
patient contact, or is that?
It would be any therapeutic service that we also document as such, versus a phone call, versus an inquiry phone call. We wouldn't log that as a service.
Okay, so how many services did you have for Linn County for 2022?
2022,
16,000.
16,309.
16,300.
In 2021, 9,147. In 2020, 10,728. 2019, 10,267. 2018, 9,914. So in the past 4 years, we averaged about 10,000 services per year. This most recent year, we've made a concerted effort to increase our therapy, our psychiatry, our community-based services.
Is that
And in so doing, we increased.
Is a lot of that virtual? I mean, you guys doing it over telehealth now?
Some of that would be virtual.
And that does educate me because I could be wrong. I just don't. Wouldn't that be cheaper than having a psychiatrist come travel to Linn County every day and speak with people? Wouldn't it be cheaper to be on a computer and do it over the?
Our expense is the same, whether that's a virtual or in-person service. In that we have to provide the same level of on-site staffing. For those that are virtual, there are some that are virtual to clients' home, but quite commonly they'll come into the office and connect with our psychiatry or therapy staff virtually in that regard. So here within the Pleasanton office, we have 3 therapists that provide a mix of in-person.
Not 42?
42 would be the number of staff at large that throughout the course of the year we've hired. So that there may not be 42 at any one given time, but over this past year, we have hired 42 is how I understand that number, that calculation.
Okay.
But we have, if you were to call into the Pleasanton office, the Linn County office today, you would have made available to you the opportunity to meet with any one of our 3 psychiatric providers or our 3 therapists. In addition, we have a full-time therapist placed in Prairie View School District. And also we've been in communication with Jayhawk Linn and the Pleasanton School District, whereby they too are requesting we place full-time therapy within their schools, just as we have in Prairie View. For us to achieve that, we need the funding. So our therapy and psychiatry services have significantly increased.
So let me ask you this, because we're kind of getting off subject here. And this is why I invite anybody that the county provides money to and budget season to come in quarterly or come in a lot and explain yourself over the camera and to us and educate us on what's going on. I don't necessarily think this is the time to do that. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying to be rude, but I think we got to move forward with this. And I guess my question to you today would be, if we do cut you down to the, what was the 68 or
68,000. Is your
the $68,000 proposed number? What is that going to do to the services that you guys are going to provide to us, to the community of Linn County?
Well, it would certainly hinder our ability. As I've described, we've significantly expanded our services, especially over the recent 2 or 3 years. We've achieved that by way of grant funding, largely. Many of those grants have recently termed or will term at the end of this month. And with then a further decrease in funding, we'll have to look at how we can we certainly wouldn't be able to further expand, and we may then need to restrict the services we offer.
Do the school districts pay anything when you go into the schools?
They have not been. There's a grant we've received for other school districts to help fund those positions for a couple other school districts, but those grants have not been made available to Linn County. For example, in Allen County, it was through the Reach Foundation, which specifically supports Allen County and no other counties, that we received grant funding to place school therapists in those school districts.
How much of that do they pay if it goes into the school districts? That grant, does it pay for all of them, or does it?
In that particular case, that grant paid about $75,000 to upstart that service. There is some state level education funding that can be made available to the schools. For example, in Neosho County, we secured another grant through the state that helped fund not the therapy we provide, but instead the care coordination within the school. So the dollars supported the hiring of a care coordinator who then worked closely with our therapist and to ensure that the students' clients' needs were met. And we could look at doing the same and would want to do the same with the local school districts, explore how state education dollars might help fund mental health services. But again, that doesn't necessarily fund our therapist, it just helps fund the care coordination. The services that we've also expanded in recent years have been that of crisis services, whereby crisis case management and attendant care and therapy as well have we've expanded to better meet the increasing need. As I referenced, I started out as a therapist, even crisis intervention therapist in 1997 with the Mental Health Center. And at that time, it would take me about 3 hours to assess and coordinate admission to a hospital, whether it be a state hospital or a private facility. And in today's world, it takes about 3+ days. And within that time frame, we are providing unreimbursable services in many cases. We are providing attendant care, case management, anything to help support the individual, preventing them from harming self or others while they await placement at the state hospital. That's an obligation and mission we carry out. And it's also with county funds that is in part made possible.
I understand this is a hit on you, but we have, I'm speaking for myself, but we have to make decisions based on what's fair and what we see. And I think the number we came up with is based on what you guys provide for other counties, and we feel like that's fair. And I feel like that as a commission, in the past years, we've neglected to figure that out, to find that out, to see that. And unfortunately, this is the year, I guess, that it all comes to light. But I feel like that's the way we have to go. And I encourage next year, if that's the way we do go, I encourage next year that we really get on top of this. You come in with a really good literature when your budget. I'd like for you guys to come in and share with us quarterly if you could, and tell us what you guys got going on. Like what, that camera's our friend, and a lot of people see that. And it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. I think a lot of people forget that we even provide you guys even any monies to do anything, because we just don't ever see it. We don't. You said, you try to kind of secret service. Well, I think we got to, of course, with your patients. Yeah, I totally agree. But with like your Southeast Kansas mental health, I think you guys got to get out there and let the community know that you support us. I've never seen you guys out much. That's just me though. But
I greatly appreciate the invitation and encouragement for us to even come quarterly. I would value that opportunity. And we'll plan to follow up on that. I do regret that, from my impression, that you're basing your decision on what other counties pay comparable to yourselves and service levels. And I regret that because, as I referenced, other counties should be paying more. And in certain instances should be paying much more. And yet they've chosen not to. And it would be more useful, more applicable if the payments were equal to the need of services we provide and the levels of services we provide, versus what one county pays versus another. So
that's where I might, we got to be educated on what other counties are doing and what we're getting and we're not. So based on the numbers, we have to go off the numbers I believe in.
So did the services change based on what they paid, or does everybody get the same service?
Across our 6 counties, we provide the same services.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we had a letter from John Platt at Trico. We proposed.
Copy of it here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. This was after I sent the email to SEK and to Trico, letting them know what you guys had agreed to on their budgets. John Platt sent one back, so thanks for letting us know. Please let the commissioners know that I understand the difficult decisions they have to make and appreciate their continued support for Trico. Also want to let them know that we will not be removing anyone from services. We'll work on finding ways to tighten our belt and absorb the cuts. That might have an impact on staffing, but not directly on client services. If there ever is a danger in the future of someone losing services from Trico due to funding issues, please be assured I will reach out to you and the commissioners before this happens.
Okay.
Anything else? Is there anything else that we need to?
Well, if there's no more public comment, you need to close the budget hearing.
At this time, if there's no more public comment, we will close the budget hearing.
Okay, and then the next step after that would be approving the 2024 Linn County and Linn County Special Districts budgets. Now, this would also be an opportunity at this point, if you want to make further cuts before they are approved, you can do that, but you cannot go over the published amounts. This does not mean that you couldn't still rearrange within funds if things come up. Okay. So general fund is obviously the biggest one. There's a lot of departments in that. Things like the SEK that was just here. I mean, if you want to negotiate, you could take money out of somewhere else in general fund and put there, as long as it doesn't change the fund expenditures for the year, you'd be okay. You guys have other things you want to look at in this before the budget's approved? Or that's up to you at this point.
You guys got anything?
I don't.
Jim?
I don't.
If you are satisfied with it the way it was published, then we would need a motion to approve the Linn County and Linn County Special Districts budgets as presented.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Linn County and Linn County Special Districts budgets as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so I have actually the first 2 pages here. It's 2 copies of the certificate page. If you guys wouldn't mind signing both of them, that'll give me 2 originals to work off of. So it'd just be the top two on that. Gary left some stuff for me that
You might double check that, make sure I got it.
needed to be taken care of today, but he had to get going. This is something I think you know about, the A1 pump and jet services. And I think there's like 2 places to sign. If you want to explain that.
The Park Lagoon, I just got these sent back to me. This is the agreement between us, the landowner, and the pump jet company that will be pulling the material from the lagoon and applying it on the landowner. So it's been signed by all the other parties, and there's two signature spots, page 2 and page 5, for the chair to sign.
So we just need a motion for the chair to sign, David?
I believe that would be appropriate.
I'll make a motion that we sign the agreements for the disposal of the waste from the wastewater lagoons and have Danny sign it.
I'll second. Motion moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And when's that starting? Or when's that project?
It's coming up, it's when the crops get pulled, but it should be sometime, I believe, in the next 30 days. No.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there is on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. But there is, ones on these as well. These are new days.
Okay.
Before I do those have to be done.
But this is something they already approved
Yeah,
today, right?
The bridge.
That's good. I think that takes care of what I had today. I know Jim brought up something, I think earlier, that you never
Right.
got back into about a vehicle. I don't know if you guys were gonna talk about that anymore, because I think we were pushing to get to. There's nothing going on. You wanna give me copies of? I think didn't you bring up you wanted to?
Yeah, I just wondered how you guys voted. I sent back to David. I wasn't in favor of it, but I never heard anything else from anybody else.
In the past, have we made motions to allow departments to accept vehicles?
I don't remember any, but I don't know. I honestly don't.
Can you explain why you're not in favor?
I don't think that's not gonna be a cost savings for us. I think it's gonna cost us more money that way. $600. I mean, we only had $10,000 miles worth of the last 5 years, if I recall it.
Of mileage?
Amanda said, so, you know, we're gonna have over 3,000 in insurance. If insurance continues to go up, I think David said it was 600 this year.
It looks like it, yeah.
And what do we pay on mileage?
We go with the state rate, and I'd have to look up.
55?
But it's in that 55, 58 cents a mile range, somewhere in there.
So 10,000 miles would be 5,500 versus 3,000. Sounds like a cost savings to me.
And then you got your gas and your wear and tear on the vehicle and all the upkeep on the vehicle. That's just the insurance. I don't think you can do it for that. 5 years.
I think it's a benefit to them in that we're not spending the $40,000 on a new truck. So I'm in favor of them getting the truck from the sheriff's office.
I'm in favor of it too, and I feel like that, I mean, they have a trailer that has equipment in it that I don't know, I've never seen them pull it, and I don't know if that's.
Truck big enough to pull a trailer.
They
It's a
don't,
half-ton truck.
that they don't have the needs to pull it, I don't know, I mean. I
It's
don't know
not
if
a diesel.
I mean, I don't know if it's hindering their ability to do more services around the community or not, but I mean, I would expect to see them out more. I wouldn't like to take my vehicle on, you know, I mean, would you want to drive your vehicle?
Do every day.
Okay.
I don't.
What about why aren't they coming to the showing any numbers or anything. It's been quite a while since they've been to a meeting. Every other department head has to come.
Well, I told her not to come this week, so. Because it was gonna cause issues probably if that would have occurred, so
I see.
they feel like that that they're getting picked on.
So that's your decision to tell them not to come.
There was other stuff that was involved in it. I told her that it wasn't necessary, that I'll speak for her.
Okay.
I feel like that I stopped an issue, actually.
I don't see it that way. I think you guys approved a vehicle that, you don't even know if it'll pull the trailers. How many trailers do they have, do you know?
I can see I only have one.
You probably ought to check into that.
Okay. Do you know how many they have?
You do yours. You can come back next week and tell me, okay?
I feel like this is why she didn't want to come in here, is because of all of this. So
Whose equipment is it?
I agree.
I think though every department in the county probably feels the same way, and they should be able to rely on us, Jim. We shouldn't be here poking them at every little thing that they do. We're not here to micromanage them.
I don't think that's micromanaging. I just think that's asking what equipment they have.
Well, our IT guys got a vehicle. You voted for that. The appraiser's office got a vehicle. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is they got new vehicles and this one's
You'll be buying a new vehicle here before long. If the vehicle wasn't good enough for the detective, why do we need to give it to a nurse within a year or two?
That's not gonna be on the road every single day of the week.
Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens in a year or two.
And, I made the decision and told her not to come because I don't want, there's just a lot of issues within the commission right now. And I think there's a lot of division being shown up here, and I don't want to show it over that camera any more than I have to.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I'm fine.
You got anything?
I don't.
David, you got anything?
Finished.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second. Motion to move second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.